What's up, Nicurdy? Hey, Roy, thanks for the host. And thanks for the host, Mai. Thanks for the host, Nicurdy. So I feel like every area in this game is going to be oh hey look, a town. Oh hey look, a cave. Oh hey look, a dungeon. And that's what we're going to do. Why is everything empty? And Jakar, thank you so much for the host. Oh yeah, something tells me that you're going to exclamation point savior here pretty soon. Okay, either the game's not actually letting me... Oh, the game just quite literally was actually not letting me move. So apparently I had to sit and listen to that for 5 minutes first. Now let's try and go in here. Never mind. So this weapon shop never had anything for me. From start to finish in this area. Doesn't exactly make sense to me, but whatever. Why is this one spelled in caps? The rest of them aren't. I wonder if there's supposed to be like a music that plays for those cutscenes. That's not. Alright, can't go anywhere else. I wonder why every town like entrance has to have this type of thing. Like they talk. They don't really say anything overly interesting or helpful. Step up to the scale. Hurry up and check my weight. You mean my weight? Really? This whole place is kept together by having the exact same weights on the same side, or on different sides? It's really, really funky. It's a good plot device, though, to keep me away from other characters, I guess. Hey, at least now it looks like he has facial features. Pacing of this game is so back and forth. One moment, I'm just trying to get more comfortable. I'm actually gonna get the move now. Alright. And fight fire-breathing dragons on his way to school. And hey Luke, what's up, man? Shit. $1 from EJK that says, I'm here for my daily Final Fantasy 15 plug. It'll be played, man. Eventually, it'll be played. Thank you so much for the donation. I don't even know that I have 400 magic. Barding object 2 to 1. I'm gonna buy a few of these, or I'm gonna buy one of these apparently because they're so expensive. God, I gotta. It's always like far and in between when I get donations, and when I hear it right away, my first reaction is like, what the fuck was that? Alright, I think I checked everywhere down here. Well, good, I'm not the only one then. Did you really like 15 that much? When I was young, we had to eat popcorn a lot. Wow, they kept planting corn and it was too hot. Yeah, that's because OBS always starts at a high volume, and I just always forget to... I just forget to turn it down, because I don't think about it. Like, of everything else that I set up for my stream, the donation alert is not something that I really think about. Alright, this is where I'm supposed to go. But like I said, you never know, man. You could win the raffle. And if you win the raffle, you could pick it. I already own it. I have the setup to stream it. Yeah. It's a really creepy aspect of this game. For some reason, the characters just don't have faces. Well, that conversation wasn't a waste of time.
I must be imagining it, but I thought I saw that cloud move like some kind of a ship.
Gandor!
Huh?
It's the Vanjo, closing at 3 o'clock!
The Vanjo?
Enemy approaching, all weapons hot and at the ready. I've got them in my sights, ready to light them up at your command, sir.
Maintain speed. Activate disruptor
Yes,
core.
Persona 5's on the list, but it's on the list of to be announced, to be determined. So as soon as it comes out, for sure, I'll add it to the
What's
list.
he doing out here?
Fire!
Firing? That's not a torpedo. He said that he was readying a torpedo. That's like a giant laser. There's a little bit of a difference, at least as far as I know. Their weak points, their cannon. Oh shit. It's a pretty good looking volcano. Oh, the cutscenes. Can I move now? So we haven't gotten to hang out in a while, Eric. Do you know if Jim's planning on doing anything for his birthday? I had to hang out not too long ago, but you guys were busy helping with the move. I feel like we haven't had a hangout at Jim's place in like, it feels like a year or longer. Probably hasn't been that long. I mean, we were at your place for his bachelor party. But even that was a while ago now. Another cutscene? Yep.
Whoa! What happened? The continent's tilting! You hear about it? A giant ship just landed here! Huh?
We better go check it out.
Yeah!
What's going on here?
Gandor asked me to check on you.
Be careful!
Laramie!
Don't worry, I'll be all right. Don't you let Arcia out of your sight.
Gandor!
What are you doing on Volkos?
Eon, Slazers fired a disruptor torpedo into the volcano from Vangel. Huh? This eruption will flood both towns below with molten lava. We've got to try to save at least one of them.
This is so, like, old school anime. Like, really. It, like, reminds me of the Mario cartoon and the Zelda cartoon, in a way. I don't know if I can take more than one person at a time, so... The bull's nose is corrupting! What? Barbara's coming to town? The lava's coming down! Not do it quick enough? Of course the ship's engines are overheating. that was fun. We forgot that now there's a, you know, ship on the side that a person can go on the other side without, you know, having any more stones or anything. Or like carrying a house. I think I'm gonna need that now for some reason. It's needed for a potion. Whatever that means. How do you know that? Holy knife. You learn to use the screw out. Press right down, left, attack. Let's see what that weapon looks like. Increases the probability of interesting. So I can get more items. I don't know how useful that actually is. The way items and stuff that got dropped in this game is very... It's not very useful. It's the best way that I can put it. It heals my MP a little bit on occasion. But really, that's about it. I get a couple herbs. Yeah, I might have just misread it. I was paying more attention to the button inputs because last time I pressed the button by accident and didn't see the button inputs for the attack that I got. Alright, so can I get into the cracks? I guess not. Do I just leave? There are aspects of it that I find really interesting. It's unique in a bunch of different ways, and it definitely tried a bunch of things for its time, which you have to give it credit for. But overall, the game just feels a little bit sluggish for me. And the pacing of the game is very, very weird. It's like dungeon, cutscene, 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 and by cutscene, I guess I could also mean dialogue and stuff. So, like, the dungeons themselves aren't really that long. Yeah, the controls are very sluggish, especially in fights. Like, the fights seem like a really unique idea, and that they could have been really cool. But maybe with the limitations and stuff like that at the time, it's just... it's not. So... it becomes somewhat more frustrating. Not to mention that the way the combat works... they know the AI, or the AI knows what your inputs are. So, like, you try and do something, and the AI reacts accordingly. Like, as soon as you press the button, you can see the AI react immediately, even if you're far away. Then you have stuff like this where you're just trying to explore and both ways mean exiting. But how am I supposed to know that? I probably don't want to attack with a fire sword in these fights, but... Not just that, but like fighting battles is not necessary. But it just feels off to not fight anything for a while. How? How are you blocking? I was behind you. You never know with estimates, unfortunately. Estimates tend to go by the average. But I certainly have not fought every fight in the game, and I feel like the fights add a lot of time. And I have avoided quite a few fights. Yeah, it's always going to be hit or miss. You talk to 3 different people about a game, ask them how long it is, you're going to have people that are like, oh, 30 hours, 12 hours. It all depends on how you play the game. I always, the how long to beat, I take it as that's like the high end for someone playing it casually. So I always expect to beat it slightly faster. Not by much exactly, but if we're saying it's 25 hours, then we'll see how close we end. Come on, die. How close we end up in that regard. That's why, like, really giving people an estimate of how much time this is going to take has been really difficult. Because that's, like, people's number one concern slash set of information they want when they look at this challenge is how long is it going to take you, but you just can't, with RPGs, you just can't make a really good estimate on that. It's just hit or miss. Sometimes you play through an RPG much faster than somebody else, or much faster than anticipated. This game does have good music, though. I will say that. It's probably one of its strongest features. Yeah, they're kind of like all like a mix of robots and bugs. Beetleborgs. Damn it. They all hit a lot, I can say that. guessing this is the right way to go. So... I'd say the only way that I wouldn't play a game to completion is if I realize it's probably something that shouldn't be on the list for one reason or another. Or if it's just like, I don't know. Maybe if it was a game that was just kind of too much for me in some way, like too much fan service or something like that. Tell me that this is actually the right way. And then there's that. The way you gain levels and stuff in this game is very, very weird. You can almost think of it kind of like Illusion of Gaia, but in Illusion of Gaia you actually had to fight stuff, and you had to clear stuff in any particular area, then you would get either strength, defense, HP, you know, you'd gain some type of level up. Damn it. In this, you just, like, progress story-wise. And as you're progressing story-wise, occasionally you get HP and levels. I'm not even sure what levels do. I gotta be completely honest. Because I gained life points. And those are separate from level ups. Oh, I hate the fact that the AI knows what I'm pressing. Let's hope this leads us to something like an ice sword or something like that. Whenever we get new equipment, it's always awesome because fights take half the time. This leads to the same spot. Yes. This is probably a mimic. Nope. I'll be a sword. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. The Mercury. There's a shield. Alright, game. Oh yeah, come on. Okay. Left, down, right. Well, we did find an ice sword, but it does not increase our attack at all, which sucks. But we're in fire area, so we can hope it shortens fights that we actually have to do. I'd say that's more damage. This game likes to make it so that the further you have to go. Yeah, equipping the right stuff is definitely the way to go. Like, just trying to use the same weapon because you like it is not a good idea. You want to stop blocking? That's how frustrating it can get. So many different ways to go. Okay, those lead the same way. I guess that's all that's in this area. We already went in D, we went in A and B, here's C. This could be the last one. I hate mimics. In every game. What's up, Colthor? What? Alright. Secret basement. Hey, what's up, Matt? Got termites. That sucks, man. Why do you have to lower the flower garden by 8 inches? I see. Oh, God. I got a bunch of those fruits, but I haven't used one. Maybe I should use one and see what happens. Wait, did I fall? I don't get it. Okay. Oh God, this dungeon is gonna be a pain in the ass. Okay then, that was a weird area. Alright, so that just leaves immediately. So we'll go down that doorway. What makes you say that, Nickerty? Hello. So you couldn't get a copy of Zelda? That's sad. What's the point of even having a special attack? I tried to block it by attacking there. God damn it. That's cool. He can block, he can jump over top of me, and then do a physical attack that does half my health immediately. I won't get a Switch until there's a lot more out for it. I just don't buy systems when they're new anymore. Not only do the prices of them drop so quickly, damn it. Prices of systems drop so quickly, and so do the prices of games. I just don't see the point of buying something brand new anymore. That fight wasn't easy. I'm gonna go up on top, see if there's just another way to go up here. It's going down here. There's a lot of guys. Sure. I have no idea where I am in this dungeon. Human flesh and chicken. Come on. Yeah. No point in using that attack ever. I like how theirs always targets me, though. Like, even if they're not aiming at me, it switches them to aim at me. But not mine. Mine goes in the straight shot. Okay, well, we'll go back to town. Not that I really want to go back to town. Let's check to see if she's okay. Okay, she's not here anymore. Cool. So we already went through 2 dungeons now in this area. First area was like 3. This one had 2. Last area had 2. So I have no idea if there's gonna be another dungeon or not, but I didn't get the melody or whatever to make the island keep floating. Watashi, thank you so much for the host. Alright. It's going pretty good. How about yourself? Faces with no facial features, yes. That is the thing in this game. This guy's got an evil half. This was one of the first full 3D games, Kolthor. It might be the first full 3D game. Yeah, the shower scene with the boobs. Exactly. I like how I bought the sulfur earlier thinking, oh, it's needed for a potion. That's what it says in the description. But what potion? Ha! Well, turns out this one. it's... My feeling on this game so far is that it was very ambitious, and there's lots of interesting aspects of it. It just feels really slow to me, both in progression and the fights and things like that. So sometimes that gets a bit frustrating, but I don't hate it. I've played way worse games. But it was definitely a very ambitious title for its time. Yeah, the music's really good. I see what they were going for in the fights, too. Like, I feel like if the controls were a little bit better handled, and maybe, like, the AI wasn't completely built around your inputs, then the battles might be a little bit more fun. But as of right now, they feel like it's just better to avoid them, and that's like half of an RPG right there. Alright, so I don't know if that's what I was supposed to do. Hopefully that he's done with the potion. Yeah, the music is really good. I'm trying my best not to compare this to the rest of like the Soul Blazer series. Who am I supposed to talk to in town? But I can see remnants of like the Soul Blazer series in this. Instead of like reviving the worlds and stuff like that, we're trying to keep the worlds like alive, which is an element that's in all those games. The different types of equipment that you can use for various different situations and stuff like that too. I don't think so, though. You don't gain any experience whatsoever when fighting, so you don't gain anything from fighting unless those guys drop items, and if they drop items, then you can absorb them, and it's supposed to do something, but there's no way of knowing exactly what it does. My guess is I have to talk to Arcia. No. So, occasionally when fighting something you get plot stuff like keys and things like that, but those fights are forced, so it's not even like you have to fight a bunch of stuff in hopes that you get what you need. It's quite literally, the game forces you to fight the fights you have to, the rest of them are pretty much avoidable. And I've found that it's a lot better to avoid them, because unless you do every fight perfectly, you're going to take damage. And you're just going to be spamming items and magic to heal yourself. And then finally you get a new piece of equipment and the fights become somewhat trivial. I can barely say that word for some reason. Trivial. Carrying around acid seems like a really, really bad idea. Just saying. I'm really curious as to how long this game actually is, too. I feel like I'm progressing through it quickly, but it might be a pretty big game. No. Wizardry series is more of a Western-made RPG. It's not to say that it doesn't have JRPG elements, but it's more of like a tabletop type simulation than anything else. Well, you don't have to tell me, Overhunter. I'm just curious. Like I said, sometimes I have a habit of speaking out loud. Like, I might say stuff in the form of a question or something like that, but I'm really just, like, thinking out loud. So, like, all the Wizardry games, Dungeons and Dragons, and all that type of stuff, that stuff's not on the list. It's on my game cuts. Oh. Well, these weren't here last time. Die! Thank you. Aha, you're cornered. Those look like those, like, blow-up inflatable things that are in front of, like, car shops and stuff like that to collect these. Or this, rather. 25 gems. So, like, I can absorb those, and I don't know what it does. Get in the corner. Get in the corner. Come on. Alright, thing. Get stuck in a corner. Huh. I was really thinking it was going to be here. Alright. Means I gotta, like, mash button everywhere on the wall. You like absorb them, and something's supposed to happen that potentially makes you stronger. But I don't know what. Maybe I had to fight all these things. No! Get back in the corner. Fine, get in that corner. Creepy. Okay, I don't have any more of that solution. I'm gonna move slow. Could I just run? I just want to see if the mucus will clear up if I do this. Nope. Okay. So there was no enemies before, and probably is now. That's not how mucus works. I don't know, I don't touch mucus very often, so... Oh. The intestines. What's up with games of this era having, like... I can't! You can't just save it everywhere in this game. A lot of games of the PlayStation era had, this... No, that's just a command that you guys can do if you want. Just for fun. Okay, I can go down over there. But a lot of PlayStation games of this era had like this walking inside of a living thing. And the only games that I really knew that did that prior are Breath of Fire 2 and Earthbound. Oh, cool. So I came this way for nothing. That's always cool. Digestive layer. was the next thing I was going to try to do. Thank you very much. Plan quickly! Impossible. Time for a big hug. What is with this game and spinning? It's like their epic moments are, oh shit, it's spinning now, must be epic. Am I in a fight with this thing again now? ultimate life form. Really? I finally get close to it, it blocks. I think it has something to do with showing that something like that couldn't be human. Damn it. They're definitely awkward to fight. Hergazagurd! Good thing we read that letter, or else we wouldn't have leveled up. To the basement! Such the gentleman. Thanks for letting me know that game. Why? Why is there such big pauses on occasion? These just like blank screen pauses, or like the bells ringing on the church happen forever, and it's like the bells rang on the church. I'm like, yes, I know. I watched it for 2 minutes. Well, if it like played some music or something like that, you know, like the you're sleeping at an inn music in like every other JRPG. Alright. Where is the wise man? You're the wise man. What? Where's the wise man? Shut up, McCurdy. Ugh. I'm gonna guess maybe over in the other town. Oh, good. Everyone's not in here anymore. Okay. couldn't you just buy a downloadable copy of the game? I can't hear you! Maybe there's a new place I can go out here. Doesn't look like it. It takes like 50% of the storage. Oh man, sounds like an awesome system to me. This is where I talk to everybody. Extra power. Oh yeah, the guy that I tried to talk to like 20 times. Apparently he knows where the wise man is. Good thing I talked to you so that you could tell me that he knew where the wise man was, so that he'll tell me where the wise man is. Story triggers, guys. Really, are you not gonna tell me anything? This is annoying. So what, I have to talk to another NPC somewhere that's gonna be like, yeah, this guy totally should know this stuff. No. Well, that's the problem with early story triggers and how they worked. They wanted it to be like, you know, like process of elimination, in the sense that you talk to somebody and they tell you the question to ask, and if you know the question to ask, then you can figure out the information you need. And they kind of write the dialogue based on that. Like, you don't always know what you're looking for, what you're trying to ask, and then someone talks about something randomly, you get that information, and then you utilize that information. But then you've got games like this one where it gives you no direction whatsoever, and you even think in your mind, like, who could I talk to for this? And you're like, oh, I should probably talk to this guy because he was talking about this type of stuff earlier. And you try to talk to them, and it's like, nope, nope. And then you talk to someone then that's like, that guy probably knows. And it's like, now you can talk to him and he tells you what you need to know. So it throws logic out the window in that case. Really? It's all just a little trigger. Pressing a button, being in a certain area. I do not enjoy story triggers that are based on talking to NPCs. That might be one of my least favorite things about all RPGs, is story triggers based on talking to something. Now, I talked to this boy earlier, but I guess I had to talk to the other NPC first. Not doing it. So guys, if we didn't realize that he was hiding stuff before, now we know for sure. And I had to talk to those two NPCs in a certain order to get that information. Like, the general rule of thumb is talk to every NPC in a JRPG at least twice. That's just the rule of thumb, you know? That's what you do. But then they put in these fancy having to talk to people in a certain order thing, and that's just frustrating. Come on, dude. Yeah, those averages are hit or miss most of the time. Okay, that's a grand total of 3 NPCs now that have told us what we've already known. But now maybe we can progress the game. Alright, all that so that we go back to the castle. Yeah, I'm very curious, Roy, at what games you're looking at. To the altar we go, I guess. Wherever it's actually at. Oh. So everyone's aware? That was not there earlier. Yeah, the portraits have faces. I guess the wall might have been blocking me before and I just couldn't see it. Just the faces don't have faces. Yes, that's a very good way of describing it. Alright, well this is lifting verse 3 of 4, as far as I know. I haven't found any random new islands yet, so... But we know we're gonna have, like, 5 hours of after-town dialogue in this area, because that's what they've done in every area. We get the lifting verse, we fix everything, and then all of a sudden it's like, let's talk about stuff that's very unimportant. How convenient. You didn't feel that? It bugs you? In some games, it's not a problem. Whenever they have it, they kind of try to, like, make it sound like the person talking, in a way. It kind of changes per character. And in senses like that, it's not so bad. But in this, it's just there to be there, I guess. I don't really understand it. Question is, where is he at now? And how are you doing today, Real? It only gets old when there's a lot of dialogue in a particular area for me. Like when all you've basically heard, when there's no sound in or music in an area and it's just the text, that still bothers me a little bit. Maximum heal. Yes. Not that I ever have the magic to use spells. That's probably another thing in this system that I think is really meh at best, is the magic system. It seems like it could be pretty cool, but your MP doesn't recharge whenever you rest. You have to use items for it. Which makes me feel like magic is probably really strong. You've got the chance of it healing at the end of a fight, not completely, just a tiny bit. Now I don't know who I'm supposed to talk to. But my magic has been basically near zero. Maybe I can just leave and it will take me to the ship. I've got like all these attacking magic spells that I haven't used because my MP is almost always zero. Yes. Mecha King Kong, thanks for the host. Colthor, thank you for the host. Guess I couldn't talk to her first. I have to go talk to him first, so that I can go talk to her then. You seem restless. Go rest. I don't think that's how restlessness works. Why am I checking this again? I was trying to press the bed. Come on. Come on. Alright. Guess I can't rest like that then. That's 2 games now where we could steer the ship. And get yelled at for it. Wait, that's what I had to do? You said that you would tell me that we could rest. It's not bad. It's not a game I'd recommend to everyone to play. But it's definitely a unique experience. Okay, I'm completely lost at what to do now. Really? I had to talk to one of those guys down there? What's up, Eltanin? The best way I can describe this game is that maybe given another year, or even, I don't know, even if the concept was just on a different system and they didn't go for the whole 3D thing, that the game would have been that much more appealing.
It's huge!
That water spout came out of nowhere.
It's the banjo from behind the water spout!
Evangel's firepower. We're a sitting duck. I've got to find some way for us to disappear. Give me maximum thrust from all engines on the double. We're going invisible.
We're taking evasive maneuvers behind a thundercloud, sir.
Let them hide. Their feeble attempts to thwart me are useless.
Useless. What's up, Shadows Abyss? How'd your stream go yesterday? You can't stream PS3 games yet? Why is that? Okay. Okay. That's right. Alright, man. Well, good luck on the runs if I don't get to talk to you prior to that. I can never make up my mind on what game to play either, which is what makes this whole challenge thing really good for me. Because I don't have to pick the next game, you guys do. Makes it so much easier. Like, do all the JRPGs on SNES, or do all the SNES games? Because doing all the SNES games would definitely take a long time. All SNES games. Well, hey, there are people that have taken on that challenge, and it's definitely something that would be very time-consuming. But there's a lot of good SNES games. There's a lot of nice short ones too, so you could kind of jump from one to the other, and you know, you wouldn't have to spend huge amounts of time on some of them, especially if you didn't like them. I think the cool thing about challenges like this one is that I'm getting to experience a lot of stuff that I always wanted to, in one way or another. I'm just gonna try and avoid fights if I can. Yeah, good luck with that, Nikurti. I think I've got the best challenge for Nikurti. My challenge for you, Nikurti, is to play every game that was created for the Switch that can also be played on the Wii U, but play them on the Wii U. That seems like a cool challenge. Out of your sight. Oh man. We got a console debate. Hi. Oh, okay. Ow. Damn it. Ow. This guy's kicking my ass. I never really liked holding the Wii U gamepad. In fact, if there was a way to avoid doing that, I did. So like if I could use another type of controller for any game, I did. So apparently it does 4 attacks. Oh god, well. That guy kicked my ass. Level 2 ID card. Yeah, the battle system's really interesting. It's just also frustrating at some points. Like I said, it's like a fighter in the sense that back in the early fighters where depending on the difficulty setting that you were playing on, the AI knew what your movements were. So, oh god. Jeez. Forget that guy. I'm right here, so I'm just gonna use this rather than what magic I have left. So I hold my shield up the entire time. Enemy does nothing. The second I press the attack button, the enemy goes in for an attack. You would think a ship like this couldn't be too big. Really? I had to ride the elevator just so I could come down to see that I don't have to do anything on this floor? Yeah, I walk. That's it. Stop healing. Dude. Why does it only heal me so much sometimes? do not want to fight you. Shit. Alright, dude. Is this a mimic? Oh. Some gems, which I've used, like, none of. Okay. I feel like this is a mimic. Yay, it wasn't. I do enjoy being wrong sometimes. You destroyed me, alright. I've got 2 ID cards. Uh-oh. I think I chose the right way to go. Let's go back out here to just see if there's like a save point or something. Place to heal, anything. Alright, we'll check up. One of these is a mimic. If not both. Alright. Hello, Mr. Mimic. Yay, didn't see that coming. God. This thing's HP. What? The second I got up, I immediately got hit. Those dagger hits take an LP, no matter what. I don't know if it's going to be a dagger or a gem, ever. Get out of here. Why does that have so much HP? Takes me. Alright, nowhere. Can't go there. Okay then. Alright, that leads to nothing. Only one more area to go. C2. Not gonna let me dodge it, are you? These things again? These ones have more HP. Yay, we gained LP. Come on. There's too many enemies in this game where you can't hit for extended periods of time. It's just... gets me flustered. Alright. That's where I thought it led to, but I wanted to check just in case there was a chest. Alright. Nothing. Okay, it's fine. This led to that. The right is a ladder. Don't know where that's gonna lead. Let's get this first. Of course. Not only do those, like, everything have so much HP and take so many hits, they're invulnerable for, like... First of all, they have invisibility frames. Then they have stuff that instantaneously allows them to block or avoid. By the way, the game wants you to use an item every time you open a chest to make sure that it's not a mimic. I don't have loads of those items though, so... So those seem like the right ways to go. So I'm gonna try to go up in these areas first. Let's see if I can find an item. Really? Now the crates are basically mimics? overall, I would say that was not worth it. Especially, excuse me, since the enemies down here are probably going to respawn now. That instant no scope though. Out of all the ones that can hit me, it's coming out as a knife that's destroying me. Of course. Too many of them. You know, if it was like one per dungeon, sure. Heck, I could deal with 2 per dungeon. But every dungeon has like 3 or 4. The game wants you to purchase an item so that you can avoid it being a mimic. And I don't know if that means you get an item instead. I don't think so. I just think it lets you know that's a mimic. Whoa, guys, look at that. We're going up by close to double defense. So now maybe we won't almost instantly die to everything. It couldn't have been in that chest there, no. We're gonna hide it in the crate. Because that's where the player will least expect it. How do you know all this stuff, Corky? Yeah, they did a really good job with the 3D. The only problem with it really is the fact that everything takes forever to, like, move and go, and... I know that's a mimic. Second or the third passage? I think it's the third one I want to be on. Maybe it was the second? Yeah, it's the second. To the second level. That's right, she's in the bottom one, but let's heal first and save, just in case we got a boss fight. To the first level. How do I get to this? Get to the first level. Maybe I have to go to the main passage, and then I can go from there. was on the second, I couldn't go to the first there. Now I'm going to the third. Now let's see how I'll be able to get to the first from here. I'm confused. Oh, maybe I have to go in the other elevator. To the second level. Oh, okay. So apparently the one elevator can only go to certain floors. Push your own buttons. Unfortunately, does not accomplish anything. Glad you agree with me. Welcome back, Matashi. There are too many mimics in this game, that's what's up. Really? I'm just gonna watch, by the way. Yep. It's all your fault. Okay, apparently he's gone. Piece of metal? Metal sword? Something? Life element? Good question. They just disappear? How do people always disappear in this game? I mean, they don't even have eyes! How do they see where they're going? Yeah, it's all about having somebody else to blame other than yourself, or just that the world sucks sometimes. As long as you have somebody to take something out on, it makes people feel better. At the very least, it gives them something to think about other than the crap that went down. Let's go save it and heal. Oh, I'm already there. What am I doing? Yeah, they can hear really well. They definitely have ears. Wait, actually, I haven't checked to see if they have ears. I've been too busy looking at their lack of faces. They talk really good for not having mouths, though. Yeah. Wait, I think I have to go to the main passage. To here. I think I've already ridden more elevators in this game than I ever have in real life. And I used to live in an apartment complex where I almost always rode the elevator. Oh no. Sad day. Laramie! Laramie? Laramie? Alright, McCurdy, thanks for stopping by. Have a great night, and sleep well. Slazer! I'm glad I waited until that was over. Dick. This is a tender moment right now. I can't just jump in. Oh, so you're too late. It's Zordon. Welcome back, Rangers. Animu cutscenes.
There now.
Damn it all! I'm the one to blame for all this.
You're wrong.
The water spout, it's disappearing.
Behind the clouds, look!
So that's what the spider climbed up.
It's the continent, Zephyr.
Doesn't look like a water spout to me. It's definitely an interesting time for anime. Geltania. Man. I miss it because it's what I grew up with. I do love, like, some really unique anime styles, and, like, really beautiful ones. But I do miss old school stuff as well. Well, when you weigh over 9,000 pounds beforehand, the very least you could do is drop 100. Not just that, it's technology too. Technology is just vastly improved to Do I have an all-time favorite anime? That's a hard one for me. I have a few that I really like to watch. I really like Mushishi. It's like a very beautiful anime, and the episodes kind of like stand alone, so it's something you can watch bits and pieces of. But it's just like a unique take on like natural phenomenon. I can speak really good sometimes. But I will say that recently I watched a movie called Your Name, and that might go really up on my list as like top movie for me. It's really difficult because I really like Princess Mononoke as well, but Erased is really good too. It's a nice, short, really good anime. But if you haven't seen Your Name, you should really watch it. Your Name, yeah, Kimi na... I can't remember what it is in Japanese. Kimi na no wa or something like that. Yeah, Princess Mononoke is also my favorite Ghibli film. It was also my first, so I wonder if that has anything to do with it. But I really like Spirited Away as well. But Princess Mononoke is my favorite. Alright, so let's find the inn, so I can save after all that nonsense. That's one thing I've never read anything of when it comes to Jubilee, is any of the manga. I didn't even think about that, to be completely honest. Boom. But yeah, definitely anybody in here that has an interest in anime, I really recommend Your Name. Now, people might not like it as much as I did, and it might not impact them as much as it did me, but I will say that it's something that hit me really strongly and really made me think. And it just, although I knew it had flaws and things like that, it was just incredible to me. Alright guys, I know I only streamed for about 4 hours today. I got a little bit of a later start than I wanted, but we made some decent progress. We were already 10 hours into this game. If the estimate's correct, it's saying that it's somewhere around 26 hours, I think. 26, 28 hours. Kimi no Nawa, there it is. Yeah, I like the creator of it. It's the same creator that did 5 centimeters per second and a couple others, and I really like those. So as soon as this came out and was subbed, I decided to give it a watch, and I loved it. I'm sorry, Shinny Wolf. Well, there's definitely going to be highlights of it if you ever want to watch it. It's definitely in my past broadcasts. But yeah, if you watch it, Watashi, you should definitely talk to me about it then, too. It's something I really want to do. Is I really love that movie, and I'd like to talk more about it with people. Alright, so I'm going to find somebody to host here. Let's see what we got going on. Alright, looking forward to it. Alright guys, thanks for stopping by. Like I said, sorry for the slightly shorter stream today. We will be back tomorrow. Maybe we'll get another 3-4 hours in this, maybe a little bit longer. And we'll see where we're at. I mean, as far as I know, there's only 4 major areas so far that the game's told me about, and you always figure there's some type of like major last dungeon or something like that. So maybe we've only got 2 major